Good morning. This is Monday, April 10th, and it's a regular meeting for the Planning Commission. Today, the majority of our commission meeting is delegated to the deliberations of the Envision Eugene Urban Growth Boundary proposal, and this will be our first of 3 deliberations. But let's start with public comment. So it looks like we don't have anybody from the public out in the audience, so we'll skip that section and go to items from commission and staff. Are there any items from commission? Commissioner Baker.
Yes, I wanted to note that there was a meeting of the, there was a meeting of the Historic Review Board on Thursday, and they provided training. The State Historic Preservation Office provided training, and I wanted to pass around a flyer that they made available to people. There are a couple of copies here if you want to take a look at them. Just for your, so it was very enlightening in terms of state providing information about what, actually, here's a few more, actually.
Commissioner Baker, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Okay.
Speak up.
Sorry. The state provided training on the National Register program and also the state program, and how that impacts local jurisdictions related to historic preservation. And actually, it was an excellent program, and it described various ways that projects can be listed as either singly or as in groups as part of a designation. And I passed that around. It speaks to a little bit of that, but I wanted to let other commissioners know that had occurred, and there are efforts underway to sort of strengthen historic preservation.
Great. So Commissioner Baker, you handed this around. Is this accessible to the public as well?
Yes, actually.
So just go to the historic preservation site.
They actually, I will share it with other commissioners. They sent out their PowerPoint presentation afterwards, so I'll send that out to the other commissioners, and maybe we could make it available on, if it's not made available on the historic preservation site, then we could make it available on our site.
Okay, thank you very much. And are there any other items from the commission? No. So we do have 2 commissioners absent today. We have Commissioner Nicolello and Commissioner Jaworski. So are there items from staff?
Yeah, I'll keep it brief today since we've got a lot to talk about, but just a quick reminder that the City Council is meeting Wednesday to talk about inclusionary zoning. Stephanie Jennings will talk about that. And next week on April 17th, 5:30 p.m., Harris Hall, there's the second joint public hearing for the transportation system plan happening. So I'll leave it at that. There was and of course, the next 2 meetings of the Eugene Planning Commission will be deliberations on the UGB and action on the 24th. There was a question last time about applicants, how many applicants for Planning Commission we received. The closing date was March 31st. It was the end of March, so we received 25 applications.
Wow.
Yeah, so congratulations to you all for reaching out, and also to Alyssa for just getting the word out. That's awesome. There was a question about demographics too, and I don't have that information at my fingertips, but I can tell you that there's good geographic distribution of the applicants, men, women, different age groups. So I think there's quite a bit to choose from, and I'm curious to see how that will play out. Just for folks watching, the process is that council reviews the nominees directly. Planning Commission and staff don't have anything to do with the selection process. They're appointed by council after reviewing the applications, and there's also a live interview for those who are selected to move on to the interview process, and typically that happens in June. And so we usually know in mid to late June who the new planning commissioners will be, and then they're seated on July 1st.
Perfect. And then, a reminder, tomorrow we have the hearing, and it will be here. So anything you want to mention about the hearing tomorrow? No?
Nope.
Okay. And what time will food be here, just so that people know and understand how in advance they should get here? Half an hour before, or 15 minutes before?
I would say similar to a regular planning commission meeting.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Okay, we'll move to the third and the last remaining agenda item, and we have, it's the urban growth boundary proposal deliberations, and the lead staff is Terry Harding. Just so that, and I know I sent the email out, we talked about it last Monday, so just letting you know that we'll just follow the order as was outlined based on the email, which is really the organization of the binder. And we're going to skip the Clear Lake overlay. That's going to be, we're going to have our own separate deliberation. One of the three will be designated to Clear Lake overlay. And obviously, if we finish that and have extra time, we can go back in line wherever we left off. Did anybody have any questions about how we would proceed in terms of organizations, or any clarifications or ideas? Commissioner Baker?
Just a clarification, if we're excluding the Clear Lake expansion, is that essentially all of the Clear Lake expansion? So that's both the the industrial expansion plus the parks and schools?
We think there's enough for you to tackle in the overlay zone. That's what we had proposed, setting aside for a meeting all of its own. But if we get to the point of questions about the parks or schools in the order of things that we're going through, that's fine.
That's what I wanted.
That's a good clarification, Commissioner Baker. So it's really the overlay that we're gonna allocate for the 17th.
That was our thinking, and the main reason behind that is that we're proposing changes to it, and they haven't been sent out to you yet. We're still shopping them around through internal review and what we think is going to be the best set of revisions to forward to you. So
Okay.
that'll come out this week.
So in terms of UGB, just to be extra clear, in terms of UGB expansion and that area, that will stay in the main order
Sure,
of
yes.
things. Okay, perfect. So, Terry.
Okay. I don't have a whole lot to add to what Kristen said. I'll just point out that we have me, Emily, Heather, we have a couple more resources in the room, Mark Rust from Lane County, and Beth Goodman from Metro Northwest, and Sarah Allison hiding in the back because she's feeling not so great. But we're all here to listen to your discussion and then make the necessary changes so that you have a recommendation at the end of your 3 meetings on this topic to provide to the City Council. So I think with that, I'll just hand it back over to Kristen. If there's any questions, let us know, but I think this is a great way to kind of methodically go through the different topics, and looking forward to hearing what you all have brought with you as far as changes.
So I wanted to get one more piece of clarification, because when we met last week to kind of talk about the meeting in advance, it sounds like what you would prefer is we'll take specific action on specific pieces, or like how would you like us to do straw poll votes, or do you want a final motion at the very end? This is quite dense, so do you want like intermediate motions? So kind of give us guidance what works best in terms of giving a recommendation to City Council.
Okay. I think I'll look to Emily also, but it seems like as we work our way through, if you have a proposed change, you would vote on that.
Okay.
And we would keep track of that as we go through. And how you did it for the TSP was at the end there was a motion that said, given our changes that we reviewed over the past 3 meetings, we vote to forward this on to the City Council, inclusive of, and then there was an attachment with all of the changes.
Okay. So similar to that. So I think TSP, we didn't do motions, we just did straw poll votes. Does that
I
work,
think
Emily?
We would anticipate that most of your energy is probably going to be around the issues that are identified in the memo that planning prepared for you, attachment F. So, I know you're going to walk through these tabs, but it seems like that's the point at which maybe you'd consider doing some straw polls. Other issues may come up that we'll try to keep track of for you, but it seems like this memo is set out in broad areas like ordinances, for example, and there is a bullet point under that one. Under comprehensive plan, there are a few bullet points. So it may be that if there seems to be broad agreement, you can just take a straw poll on the issues under comprehensive plan. Do we feel like there are any changes need to be made? Or
Okay,
that may be a good guide for you in terms of when you want to take a vote.
okay.
But straw polling is important right now, especially since we have only a couple commissioners gone.
Yeah.
And it'll just help us know what work we need to do in terms of getting stuff ready for you.
Okay, perfect. So as I move through this, if, please, staff, give feedback, also commission, if we think we want to, there's a more efficient way, or if it's not working, just let's maintain that openness. Okay, so we'll start with the city ordinance. Are there any points of discussion, questions? Okay. No, it
No
doesn't.
changes.
No changes.
Check that one off.
So here's an opportunity. Here's one. I'd say let's just get a straw poll vote. All those in favor of supporting the city ordinance as proposed, all those in favor? It was
I do just have
unanimous?
one quick
Yes.
question.
Commissioner Borowski.
Getting back to where Robin was talking about the transportation system plan, do you anticipate that the timeline going forward, that will be adopted? So there's a blank space under transportation there. I'm just wondering what you guys are feeling, that you think that will be adopted in time to put this in.
It really depends on how quickly the council and board take action. Their second public hearing's coming up, but we just don't know. I mean, at this point, we're a couple of months behind them, so it seems like probably, but we won't know until they
Yeah, and
act.
I was just wondering,
Yeah.
your feel.
Yeah.
It's a good question. So we'll move to the county ordinance.
We don't actually need you guys to take any position on that one.
Okay, I figured not, and actually I was going to say something to that effect, but that's great. Okay, perfect. So the next tab is the Metro Plan text amendments. Are there any questions or comments? No, okay. So all those in favor of supporting, I did have one question, but it's more of a scrivener's error, so I'll meet with staff
Right.
later. So all those in favor of, at this point, accepting what is in front of us for the Metro Plan text amendments, specific to A1 Metro Plan text amendments. All those in favor? It's unanimous. The next tab is A2 Metro Plan UGB. Yes,
Did you
Commissioner
want to
Baker?
note that you would be sending we approved it, but you might be sending some scribbled.
Yeah, exactly.
And also leaving the possibility for the commissioners who aren't here to make comments on it.
Yeah. Okay, so the next one is the Eugene urban growth boundary. But as you know, there's going to be also the digital version. So do you want us to do something about this, or should we have the discussion? Like, what do you?
There
should
weren't
we-
any comments on this one.
Okay.
We have your notes down as far as legibility and things like that, but as far as the content, I don't think there's been any
Okay.
testimony or comments about it.
Okay, so all those in favor of, based on the comments, obviously, that we made and prior to move forward and accept the UGB boundary as presented. All those in favor? I'm seeing a question. Maybe we're not ready for a vote. Commissioner Mills?
I'm not sure why we're voting on this.
Yeah, I
Because this is the result of
come
what
up.
we've done.
exactly. That's kind of
This
why I was
doesn't-
like, do you
don't
want
think
us
this
to
needs a
vote
You're
on
just
it?
laying out what it is. I mean,
Right.
we're not voting to say, no, the boundary's over here if we
Yeah.
disagree with
We're-
it.
And not so much a vote, but we're trying to just get clarity that there's nothing we need to do to change these materials before they go on to the council.
It's
Okay.
perfectly fine, and I mean, you don't need to have a straw poll. If you want to say, does anyone have any issues with these? If none of you do,
Yeah,
then we move forward.
Yeah, that's probably a better way of presenting it.
so,
Okay.
yeah.
So do you have any issues with the Eugene urban growth boundary as presented? I'm getting no, so unanimous. Is that, everybody put a thumb down, no issues, just,
No issues.
okay?
The document as it is.
Yeah, with the document as it is.
Go ahead.
You look like you were going to say something.
Well, I guess it seems like until we get through the rest of
Yeah.
all of this, that's kind of,
Yeah.
this is the culmination of the rest of
I
what we're
know,
going to do.
that's-
So it seems a little premature to
Okay.
necessarily do that, but is that what you were going to say?
To me, this is like, in context and format, it's fine. I'm just saying that, I don't know how this is all going to come out in the end, but that diagram could change if something happens, and so,
Yeah, I think at this stage of your discussion, the most you could say is, I can't discern between this color blue and that color blue.
yeah, that,
And that's
Okay.
fair. I mean, if we end up having a substantive discussion that results in a different boundary, staff will need to go through and point out a lot of things that would need to be changed,
So is there anyone with issues regarding formatting? No. Okay, no issues with formatting on the UGB. So now we'll move to tab A3, designation, the employment park, school land, metro plan designation changes and zone changes. Does anybody have any issues, questions, concerns on this tab? Commissioner Baker?
I really don't have any questions or concerns, but obviously, we didn't check these numbers. We're assuming that staff got this right, and if there is some case where there was a mistake, then it could still be corrected.
Absolutely.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner
I'll
Mills.
just say, I can't sit here and say that I have an issue with any line item in terms of format and context. It looks good, it's clear, it tells the story we need to tell.
Yeah.
I don't know what else you need from me.
Nothing.
Yeah, okay.
It's just a check to see if anyone has something they want us to change. The next substantive item, as outlined in our memo, is around the comprehensive plan. So I
Okay.
think we'll quickly
So do you
get
want
there.
us to skip the, I mean, I was going through it just for, as we talked about.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
the only thing I would mention just really quick on that one is, I assume you all saw on
Right,
attachment
that's-
G that this is one of the ones that will be updated. This table will be updated, so
Right.
that will.
Okay.
That's just what
Commissioner Randall.
was going to say
Yeah,
too,
I was gonna
because
say go
there's
to
that one with the
this-
split
yeah.
zoning that
Yeah.
is recommended to change and
Yeah.
that's part of, I think, our discussion
Yeah.
next week.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we'll maybe come back to it.
So it sounds like what's helpful for staff, though, at this point, as we move through, if we've seen anything else, so if there are any other issues. So we'll just, it's great that you update us or let us know that there are going to be further updates, but we'll still move through like this until you tell us not to. Commissioner Baker?
This is more of a Scribner's error, but because it applies to a lot of these, it would be nice if the update date were more, were easier to note where it was, like it was on the top line, Exhibit A, and it said updated. Because now it's in little small letter and a block here, and, now you're going to say you're going to do another update, just to make it a little easier for people to track.
So I just want to remind you guys, Scrivener errors, we're not going to actually spend the time during the 3 deliberations. So if you have them, just email staff or meet with staff. So we'll go to the next item. So it sounds like there are no issues with these Metro Plan designation changes and zone changes. So now we're on tab A4, designation change maps. So once again, let's just really keep it to kind of the layout, because once again, this is a situation based on the substantive kind of evaluation. There might be changes, but are there any comments that are around kind of the high level on the proposed Metro Plan designations? Commissioner Baker.
I have one comment, and just from reading other parts, that apparently there is some height limitations in some of the area, and maybe it would be useful to have that designated on the map, if there are some.
So technically, with the overlay zone and the CAS overlay zone, that's where those height limitations, I think, are derived. So that, they're implicit in that zone.
Okay. I thought that some of these were specified by the airport clearance.
No, it's what does CAS
Commercial
stand
Airport
for?
Safety Overlay
Yeah.
Zone.
So it is derived from those regulations, but they're
Okay.
applied through the zone.
Okay. That's-
So are there any issues, items with these maps? Okay. We'll move to, so there are none, and we'll move to B1. And now we're getting to the Envision Eugene Comprehensive Plan. So items, discussions, questions for staff, Envision Eugene. Commissioner Borowski.
This kind of goes to Clear Lake, but it's also in the Metro Plan, so I just wanted to bring it up now just so that we could circle back to it. If you go to ED page 3, at the bottom of the page under large lot preservation, there's a line there that says, Clear Lake area and prevent redesignation of land divisions into lots smaller than 10 acres prior to securing large lots in accordance with the stated land needs of the economic development analysis. I think we might be making some changes to that, so I think that second half of that line we might need to circle back and change that if we do make it. So I'm not
Yeah, no,
proposing
that's
that
right.
I think that was actually in the prior to securing the large lots,
Yeah.
deleting that was in that one latest memo, I think.
In attachment G,
I think
yes,
so.
the update to that policy. So yes, we anticipate needing to do that in conjunction with the changes to the overlay zone.
And then also on that page up further under targeted industries, 3.9 advanced manufacturing. The last, again, this is going to be a circle back once we get into Clear Lake, but the last industry that's targeted is advanced wood products. And there are some prohibited industries that are being proposed in the Clear Lake things that I think fall into advanced wood products. I think the technology as far as recycled and reclaiming wood industries is one that I hope we'll have a discussion on in Clear Lake. So we may want to
Put a
reference
footnote.
that back, that's one of the industries that we're looking for.
And that's 3.9, so mark that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll let other people talk before I come to my next ones.
Anybody else in the queue?
Okay,
No.
then I guess it's
So I can put myself in the queue. So and this isn't specific to the overlay, it's more specific to the UGB adoption expansion in terms of, it might be it's really a question, is, and I know it was identified in public testimony, in our subcommittee we talked a lot about it. I know it's been something that staff has spent a lot of time thinking and being proactive, and that is the wetlands and the water quality, that they're in that Clear Lake area. There's site constraints. It's identified actually in the policy with short-term land supply, actually talks about, site preparedness, sorry. It's ED5. There, and it's 3.27. The comp plan actually starts to talk about, in particular, explore a private-public partnership to address wetland permitting issues and mitigation costs on larger industrial sites. It starts to look at that. What I would, and I'm not sure the comp plan is the place to do this. I just think I think this is going to take an effort similar to the West Eugene wetlands effort. And that really required coordination at the state and federal level. And I don't know if I think it almost is something, when I was looking at this, really thinking about, is this something we want to include in the Metro plan with a little bit more guidance, clarity, because considering that this is these large lots and the importance of them, and Mia Nelson's consideration that we really need to actually make sure they're maintained, is I also want to make sure they're developable.
Yes.
And okay, we've got them, but if a developer has an industrial developer has 3 sites in various places in the state, if we haven't already addressed this, we could lose them. So then we're saving these lots, but it's not necessarily they're not necessarily readily developable. So I just would like to encourage some proactiveness rather than reactive.
Okay, thank
So
you.
I'm not sure where it goes. I'm not sure if now is the right time. I just think it's really important.
Yeah, I appreciate the heads up, and we'll talk more about it next week when we're talking about the overlay. We can bring some additional information.
Okay, perfect. I have one more item. The short-term supply, and it's in quotes too, the state's definition, and that's ED4 and ED5. Actually, that might be a great term to add to the glossary, because we do reference, and rather than having someone reference it somewhere else, you've got a great glossary. So that's my other comment. Commissioner Baker?
Yeah, there's a section here on parcel assembly. There may be cases where
Can you tell us what page you're looking at?
I'm page ED4, and it's just a general concern, and it's based upon experience we've had in West University when, for example, we were dealing with the park. We actually did a land swap and partitioned existing park. And in other words, we created a partition and swapped part of that partition for someone else's part of their partition to get the assembly that would work best for the 2 different uses. And I don't know that that what wording we have now that would allow that to happen. In other words, you would be able to partition a lot in some cases because you're selling it, you're swapping it or selling it to some other party that will assemble it into their partition, and you're going to get something else that would allow. In other words, it's not always just assembly. Sometimes there's some other activities that are involved that are, may work better. And given the example of the water issues, for example.
Okay,
I just don't know how that would be included, but
right. So if I understand you correctly, you're saying to get these industrial sites, we may need additional strategies beyond parcel assembly in terms of changing land use designation or something like that?
no, it's more like you might actually have to partition some properties and swap the pieces of the partitions to get the assembly that,
Oh, lot line adjustments?
yes.
Yeah, just reconfigurations.
Well, it
Yeah.
might be a partition, actually, that then you swap half of the partition to someone else who needs it for theirs and get your piece from somebody else.
Okay,
So
got it.
it's not always assembly.
Not always assembly, sometimes reconfiguration or actually division.
Right.
Got it.
And I know you
Could
wanna-
assembly be defined in a way to include that?
Well, I think we could add reconfiguration, which is
Yeah.
a broader term.
And then that, okay.
Yeah, I mean, the policy specifically just is a directive to the city to facilitate assembly. It certainly doesn't prohibit those other kinds of activities. This is kind of aimed at helping individuals who may or may not be aware of or otherwise interested in one another kind of do what needs to happen to help the industrial supply. The question probably really is making sure that we don't have anything that would prohibit the kind of activity you're talking about, which sounds like probably something maybe to address with Clear Lake Overlay Zone. So maybe
It's definitely in there.
Maybe just add
Yeah.
and/or reconfiguration.
Yeah.
Might be,
And there's some language in there. Commissioner Borowski, Is that good? Move on to the
Yeah,
next?
I wanted to make a quick,
Yeah.
just for the record, we all have a tendency to say metro plan when we mean comprehensive plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there have been a few times already where we've referred
Perfect.
to this document as the metro plan. So for people who are watching,
Yep.
and for our own kind of reminder, let's start using the terms and,
Yes.
Thank you for the reminder. Yep, thank you. Okay, yeah,
Okay.
Commissioner Borowski.
So I'm moving on next to monitoring, which is ANI number 3. So this is one of the areas that I think we've hung our hat on a lot going forward. And I don't know how this would be appropriate, or if it would be appropriate to insert into the policies. But what I would like to see, we've seen the draft action plan at last year. Would there be a way to put in the policy that the city develops an action plan within 1 year, so that it's actually a policy in here, so that it's formulated that it will get done? Would be my first question. Or would that not be appropriate for a policy thing at this level?
so I'm not sure. I'm sorry, I got a little distracted. So are you talking about,
Well, I'm looking at what the growth, like 10.10 growth monitoring, we're providing an annual report.
Right.
And those are fairly specific.
yeah, they are,
But we don't have
the action plan?
the
Yeah, the
action
action plan is
plan
something
that
better.
says how and what.
My question is, so like, these policies refer to annually or every
Right.
5 years, they're ongoing.
Right.
Makes them appropriate for policy.
Okay.
If you're talking about having an action plan that is developed annually or in that.
Yeah.
But if you're talking about the particular action plan, having it be done within a year of the adoption date,
Right.
then that's not really the kind of thing we would put into
Okay.
a plan policy. It's more of a work program item, make sure it's on the, Planning Commission's work program. And so that's what I was trying to discern, if you were talking about kind of adding an action plan requirement into the monitoring program as a regular.
No,
item.
what I'm concerned about is again, to the public we put out there that we know our numbers are, need to be updated. We're going to do monitoring. We're going to do monitoring. We've been saying that now for years. And I just want to make sure that I just kind of wanted to strengthen that so that the public and the elected officials in both Eugene and Lane County and the interested parties know that that's going to happen. And I don't feel that the policies in here are really strong enough to do that.
So my recommendation would be, for your recommendation to council, is the policies in that part and the monitoring part of this plan are probably the most directive and clear ones in the plan. Not the most,
Right,
but they're
right.
quite. But the item that you're talking about, I would recommend, if council was saying we want to do this, to make it a separate section of their ordinance that directs the city manager to implement that. It's sort of more of a one-time, this one thing.
Right.
And you can make a recommendation that they revise the ordinance or in some other way provide that direction to the city manager. And that's probably the most direct and
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so
Mandatory.
we'll work on that, on
I'll make,
formulating some sort of a motion or figuring
Yeah, I
out
mean,
the best way to do that.
this would be a good time to kind of have a little bit of a discussion to see if that's supported by other commissioners, and then we
Right.
can help draft up a piece of your recommendation that would do that.
Okay, so can I ask a quick question that's relevant to Commissioner Borowski, and that is, is the action plan something that you think is ongoing? It's, my understanding is it isn't a one-time thing, so maybe there is a place for this, but it's just describing that action plan appropriately, to make sure it's understood it's not a one-time plan.
Right. I mean,
Yes,
I think
Amanda.
until now, we've been describing that as the program, just using that word,
I
an
see.
ongoing growth monitoring program.
Yeah.
And the framework
I
that
see.
you
Yeah.
presented last year?
Yeah, but the goal is to regularly update the action plan based on the monitoring program, right? And so the action plan would have, right now, what it has in it is our strategies and actions from the 2012 recommendation, the applicable ones. Some of those fell off, because of evolving analysis, but it has all of those strategies and actions in there. And then as we move forward, we already know we have actions we need to add that we're working on currently that need to be updated. And then through monitoring, for instance, if one of our strategies that's in the action plan isn't really getting the results that we hoped, then we would want to update the action plan and with a new strategy or a revised strategy. So,
But would that be something you would bring forward for approval?
yes.
Okay.
Planning Commission?
Yeah. Bring
Through
it
the
to the
planning
planning
commission
commission.
and council, or planning?
Not for adoption, because it's not a land use plan. So it would be more of a approval or a different word.
I'll add, we've really struggled with this because for many, many people, I think all of you at the table, this is one of the most important parts of the entire package. And originally, when staff came for my review, they had a whole bunch of detail in here. And I said it's not really appropriate for the plan. And in large part because what I also hear is that we need to be nimble. It needs to be something. And so I think we don't necessarily need it to go to council every time. There's a change in the action plan, or we want you to look at, information and have a different reaction to it. So the monitoring program lives.
It lives in the framework document.
Which is embedded in the action plan.
In the action
Yeah.
plan, okay. So, you may want to have some kind of reference to it here, but at least for these first few years of this process, until you guys have sort of really figured out how it works and how it should work, my recommendation is don't entrench too much here. This is hard to change.
Yeah, right.
So that's kind of where we are.
Balance.
Okay, that's interesting. I have Commissioner Baker and then Commissioner Randall.
Yeah, I had some of similar concerns, and I felt good that we're committing to it, this report being done in 3 years, the first report. I was just wondering if you couldn't actually make other further changes, or maybe even changes that are proposing now, post-dated, so they would normally go into effect in 5 years, but they could be modified based upon the results of growth monitoring. In other words, you would actually put in you've got one milestone here that's monitoring, you'd put in like a milestone for whatever you'd call action plan for certain issues that you would want to be addressed based upon the results of this, and that would give you 2 years to deal with that.
It gets really complicated. We've messed with ideas like that in the past. The problem is, no, you don't know now what you will know then. And you can write in sort of triggering mechanisms to make, if X happens, then Y. But we end up getting to that point and it's actually X prime. It's like something a little different, and so, from a legal standpoint, my advice is to stay diligent, stay on it, communicate often, and until you guys really know how the program works, I wouldn't put things like that. We also get into a weird situation where if something actually doesn't happen for 5 or 7 years in the future, at what point is the decision made, and does the public feel like they've been left out because a decision was made 5 years ago, but it's happening in 7 years? So tend to not like things like that, even though they kind of have an appeal right now.
Well, there were 2 areas that I was thinking about. One would be maybe I'm jumping ahead, but the point is, it may reassure certain, let's say the home builders, if we had an item that within 5 years we'd had a parcel-specific plan completed based upon, growth monitoring. So that way you're reassuring the public that these things do have a date. Now, you're right, maybe that date doesn't quite get met, but at least it gives them an expectation that it will be happening, not in 20 years, but in some period of time. Or in another example would be, and I'm getting ahead of myself here for sure, and maybe I should stop, but the example would be the change to the R2 zoning, increased density. If that isn't an imminent problem and within the first 5 years, you could postpone the implementation of that change to be year 5 based upon the growth monitoring, because that way you could modify it either one way or the other depending on what you found the numbers were. If you needed to increase it a little bit or decrease it a little bit, you could. And it would be reasonable based upon catching up with the monitoring.
Early on, we actually did communicate a little bit from a staff-to-staff basis with the state for things like that. You know, if we are talking 20 years growth, we really don't need all of the development to be enabled on day 2. Can we pick half of it in the middle? And the answer is no. We're planning for 20 years growth, and when we adopt the UGB, we have to have it in place, the ability. That's why I think when we get to the memo, staff provided some information about what if we get into monitoring and find out that we've overdone. There are mechanisms to sort of change the R2 zone if we find out it's doing more than we need it to, or if it. So
That makes sense.
I think these are issues that are going to come up when we talk through the staff memo.
Okay, let me one clarification. You said UGB because that's why I didn't propose any change to the UGB as being targeted, but this would be an ordinance change that doesn't affect the UGB.
Well, right, I was kind of shorthand.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to clarify.
It's an efficiency measure, right?
Okay, right, yeah.
And we have to have those efficiency measures in place at the UGB adoption.
Okay.
Commissioner Randall.
2 things, and I think just maybe to respond to this latest series of comments, I think the way I look at it is we will have ebbs and flows in growth over the next 20 years, and so we need to plan for that 20 years, but the first 2 or 3 years there might be a spike in multifamily or single family or whatever, and that we can't base the whole 20 years on that short window in that short period, and that's why I think why we do long-term planning. So I think that's something we need to keep in mind as we go through this, that we're doing some long-range planning here. There's going to be those ebbs and flows, and there's going to be spikes and that, and I know that I noticed that in, I think, one of your email correspondence with a public member, that, you know, we can't just look at this little 1 or 2 year window, and so I think that's something we need to keep in mind. Second item is getting back to the original part of the discussion. I think in 10.12, the last bullet point does say regularly assess and adjust the program in response to changing needs, and that might be specific enough for the plan. I know it doesn't get down to the annual assessment or every 2 year assessment or whatever, but I think it does at least get that in there, that we will regularly assess how that's working. And I think for me that's good enough.
So I wanted to, Commissioner Mills.
I have a question for staff, just to make sure I'm understanding. If at the 3 or the subsequent 5 year window, the growth monitoring determines that a change is needed, whatever it is that change going to be a 20-year change? Or what window do you have to make a change for when you make a change? In other words, if, say, 8 years from now, we have to make a change, whether it's at or is the basis for that change, however we've established it, a 20-year look ahead change, or is it less? Do you know the answer to that?
I mean, I'm going to stop talking a minute here.
No, don't do that.
It really depends on the nature of the change. So I will give you an example. In transportation planning some years ago, we had done like a 20-year transportation plan here in Eugene based on a population number that as we got towards, well into it, we realized was an extreme overstatement of what our population really was. So how were we going to react to that? We could take some projects off the list. We don't need them because we're not growing so fast. What we ended up doing, there were a lot of different options, was revising the plan to give it a longer horizon. So these were all good plans. These were all projects that we thought should happen. We realized that all these projects we thought were only going to take us to serve, this time. We changed the time period. And, so it's hard to say now. No, we are not bound all the way up until 2032 to plan only until 2032. Certain parts, certain aspects, if what we find is that our efficiency measures are not getting us to the planned mix, that may require a certain kind of reaction. You guys are gonna have to sort that out as the monitoring results come in. Heather's thought a lot about this. Do you wanna add?
No, I mean, I think the other thing, and I think this is where you were going to, is it does depend on what it is. So if we get a new population forecast, that is going to be for as many years as we want to look at it, up to 50 years, right? And so that's a good example of being able to kind of go, okay, if we use that new population forecast and we bring everything else up, are we doing it for 20 years? Are we doing it for 25 years, 50 years? Whereas some of the other things that we'll be updating, we'll just be updating them as they go. But I think that's a good question. And frankly, I'll just be honest, there's a lot of questions about how we're going to implement this because we've never done this before. And so I think some of this we're just going to have to feel it out. I mean, that's why we need a committee that's going to be dedicated to working on what this looks like. Some of the issues that Commissioner Randall brought up about, you know, it's so tempting to look at this data and the spikes. I mean, we even see that in housing mix, you know, where single families up and multifamilies down, and then they go like this. But if you only look at these different points, then you're just seeing a little bit of the picture. I mean, it's going to be hard. And I think it's going to be hard to know when a trend is, or when, and I'm trying to be careful when I say this, when new development data is actually showing a trend and is not showing, you know, just a regular market cycle that goes up and down. So I think these are really good questions, and we just have not fleshed all of these out yet.
So I have a recommendation, and then I'm going to have the other two commissioners.
Comments also.
Yeah, do you want to go ahead?
I just wanted to point out one of the attachments to your memo today, to your packet, was the council AIS from July 2015, and it includes a lot of this kind of direction that we were talking about earlier. It's a place where the council often gives us more explicit work plan direction. You'll bring us this within 3 years of this happening, and those sorts of details do get spelled out in direction that the council gives us. So I just wanted to remind you of that. And there's pretty specific timing laid out for a number of different work plan items in that memo.
So what I wanted to ask you quickly is how many commissioners here would like to kind of maybe have staff explore this? I think this is a good discussion. If there's still some questions similar to Commissioner Borofsky, Commissioner Mills, is look at it and maybe suggest ordinance language or suggest how to maybe address some of the concerns. But I first want to get an understanding, do the commissioners want this further explanation, or so that's my question. Because if everybody says, except for Commissioner Jaworski, that Borofsky, that they're fine, then yeah, Commissioner Mills.
I think within the timeframes, it's not something staff can answer.
But we can develop some wording that you may include in your recommendation to the council apart from the wording that's in the comprehensive plan, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think if you're interested in that, we would want to bring it back to you.
Okay, so I just wanted to throw that out, and now I've got Commissioner Borofsky, Commissioner Baker, and Commissioner Randall.
Okay. Another issue that and again, thank you for the discussion. I just wanted to, figure out if there was a way to make this more concrete, and if there is, that's fine. If everybody agrees that this is sufficient, I can live with that as well. There is one more point that I would like to bring up and ask a question about, and that is again on ANI page 3, the last thing, the growth monitoring analysis. It says an input from an advisory committee appointed by the city manager. I think that this is something, again, this is a very big policy type of an issue, and I don't know if that is something that council may want to weigh in on, and council appoint the committee or the city manager. I mean, I know that recommendation comes out of here, but I think that might be something that we might want to flag and at least let council know that is happening, that was there and get their input whether or not they want to weigh in on whether they want to have the say as to who sits on that committee.
Any comments from staff?
So that would be, we'll be planning, we'll be packaging your recommendations to go to council. So, that's a pretty clear-cut one, and I'm not sure if you're quite ready to make it or not. Sounds like you're raising an issue, but with a recommendation to council that they, maybe it's just have a discussion on where you are, the process for appointing the advisory committee referenced in policy 10.11. We could add that to the list of things you're recommending, but I don't want to, what we want to be careful of is making sure a majority of you think that's a good idea before we add it to the planning commission's recommendation.
And again, I'm just bringing this up as, Heather said, this is all new stuff, it's new policy type things, and it has far-reaching implications, and so this came out of a work plan, and it was generated by staff, it was generated through the city manager. Does the council, the question is, does the rest of the commission feel that that might be something we want to at least point out to the city council and let them know that it's there? I don't want to recommend that council does it, or that city manager does it, or that the mayor appoints it. I just want to hopefully have it highlighted so that they see it and know. And they may be perfectly fine having the city manager do it.
So we have two items right now that I see as questions. This one is really clear. I think let's stay with this one for a second if there's any discussion, and then let's get a raise of hands. Any other discussion on this particular item? Mm-hmm. So commissioners in favor of leaving 10.11 in terms of city manager, how it's worded currently, relevant to committee appointed by the city manager. All those that would don't see an issue with it, and we keep it as presented.
Or I just had a quick clarification. Is it more about whether or not, as part of the Planning Commission recommendation, you want it highlighted? Like, I could foresee that there might be a list of things you just want to bring to their attention.
Okay, good. Yeah, please help me through this. I'm not sure how we want to address each of them.
I think just giving them a heads up.
They were kind of thinking about doing with this as well. You were probably thinking something of the action plan.
Mm-hmm. So I like that better.
Yeah.
How many in favor of just highlighting it as a...
Or highlighting this concern, right?
Yeah, well, it's just
As a
heads up for you.
Yeah.
How many in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you for the reorientation of that question. Commissioner Baker, yes.
I'm sorry, just to kind of keep things moving. I think the other issue that's still potentially on the table, and I think you could deal with it in a similar way. You guys don't have to be very prescriptive, perfectly prescriptive, since you're making a recommendation and not a decision.
Yeah,
so
that's great.
My understanding on the action plan is just my notes for the previous motion or previous issue would be have the city council take special note for possible discussion of the process for appointing the advisory committee. Maybe another bullet point in that sort of list would be of the current, lack of clarity about how the action plan is implemented.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
And Heather's recommendation is maybe we kind of have a list of things like that you guys want to flag. Some things you may be more
inclined to recommend something. Yeah.
Are you comfortable with that, Terry?
Yeah, I think depending on how quickly we go through all this too, we might be able to come back with language around that to have you actually approve.
Yeah, that actually, how many commissioners are in favor of that approach? Okay, that's unanimous. Okay.
And just to speak to that, I think that that's kind of what our job as far as advise and consent to the city council is these are areas that we don't feel comfortable making a change on because they're policy decisions, and we would like you to look at them, and if you feel that it's appropriate to make a change, but as it is going forward, it's not going to affect the package, so.
You wouldn't recommend that they
Like, I wouldn't say.
Don't adopt it based on language here.
Right,
This is
or,
a-
and it wouldn't be my place to say, I would like the city council to appoint this committee. I don't think that's above the level that I think I feel comfortable at. So, especially in the comprehensive plan. You know, this is a policy thing going forward, and it just needs input from them, from the policymakers, because it is a policy.
Commissioner Randall and Commissioner Baker, you were both in the queue. Commissioner Baker, did you have anything that is different than we've already discussed?
On this particular, well, it's on the same issue, but it's a different point.
Okay.
And it's brief. I'm just wondering whether we should actually deal with, there's the initial growth monitoring program is supposed to have the first report in 3 years. Now, we keep saying that these are periodic, but you have to realize that this is 3 years plus 5. That's an 8-year period. In other words, this first one is very different than the normal ones. And whether we should treat it differently, in other words, literally have some wording to make that clear, because we're basically doing catch-up for 5 years since when we first started this process. So this one is going to be for an 8-year period, and the other ones are probably really going to be for 4-year periods, or every 5 years, and it takes a year to do them or whatever. So I'm just wondering if we should have some special wording there to make that clear. So, I mean, because that's my concern. My concern is the 5 years that we're not starting from 2017, we're starting from 2012. So there's a big catch-up, and then the other ones are differently. They're sort of periodic.
Staff, do you have any comments?
I mean, I think we responded to this issue. It did come up in testimony.
It would be longer.
Yeah, that the first one would be longer and there would be catch-up. But I think our approach to that is that it's the very first thing the new advisory committee is going to have to tackle, is to kind of set the methods for developing that first report. Anything to add?
No, I guess I don't. I'm not totally clear on, is the concern that it gives the impression that because it's within 3 years, it's only going to be a 3-year report, where it's actually going to be a longer report? And I guess my question is, what is the harm in it saying provide a comprehensive report in 3 years from when it's adopted, compared to saying, I guess I would say, provide a comprehensive report that went back to 2012? Or I'm just trying to figure out what the concern is exactly.
Well, it's just that you're making a distinction between the first one, which is very different than the other ones that are at short periodic intervals that are really, this is a large catch-up, plus the first 2 years maybe of your monitoring. So you've got like 7 years minimum worth of data. So it's different than your normal periodic looks. And I just didn't know if there's any wording that would need to change to reflect that.
I think comprehensive covers it.
Yeah.
But yeah, provide a comprehensive report,
Yeah.
3 years, and then thereafter every 5 years.
Commissioner Randall.
Thank you. I think I'm fine with the 3 years, and we are already, I think, tracking a lot of the things that have changed from 2012 until now. So we've got a good basis to start. I mean, we're kind of monitoring now. I mean, the data that's been coming in since 2012 really is falling into the monitoring aspect, and we're just reserving that for once this is adopted as a starting point, because at some point we have to draw that line of what we're going to make the decision on and not keep trying to update everything before we get there, or we'll be kicking the can, I guess, not necessarily down the road, but back the road, because we'll never be able to make a decision if we can't have some kind of basis to start from. And so I think establishing that, recognizing that the first one is 3 years after adoption, which includes back to 2012, and then move on. I think otherwise we'll just get into this endless loop and never be able to make a decision.
Okay, any, Commissioner Mills, you have a thought?
I'm not, I guess I don't have heartburn adding specificity to the statement to satisfy Commissioner Baker, but I'm picking up a hesitancy everywhere else. So, to me, if you're making a first read of this, it's not apparent that the 3-year program is different. The word comprehensive is a fairly sophisticated pickup on that for somebody that's doing this as a new read, like a new city councilor, for example.
What if it said a comprehensive report? I want to be careful because every word has been through you guys. I mean, but something more along the lines of a comprehensive report of growth within the planning period. I expect that the first report will be 2012 to that first report date.
Yeah.
The next one will be 2012 plus 5. That actually they're becoming more and more comprehensive each time. It's not just going to be what happened the last 5 years. That would be part of it, but
Right.
and
You're adding that to it rather than
but I
just
do
looking at
recognize
that.
that first one's going to be a heavy lift, 3 years, but starting in 2012. We don't know the end date, so it's a little hard to put dates in here because we don't know, if this thing gets appealed to the high heavens, it might be a long time before 3 years from acknowledgement comes around.
No, I get that. I'm just saying that, the longer the period, the more uncertainty you introduce about the background of the people reading it. Granted, staff is very consistent, but there are going to be new commissioners and new city councilors and new staff that'll have to be reading this and interpreting it. And to me, if we're all clear on the fact that the first report dates back to 2012, whenever it's done, why wouldn't you say that?
So why don't we work on that?
Okay, I'll bring it back.
I think that.
I'm not trying to drag everybody along here, but I guess I want to say I see where Commissioner Baker's coming from.
Does anyone have a particular problem with that kind of language? But I'm nervous to add words on the fly, but the concept.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Borowski.
So I just have a question, and I don't know if it's appropriate or where it would be appropriate to put in, or if it's actually needed, but I'm concerned about the annexation process and whether there's an opportunity to put something in the Metro Plan similar to what we're doing, or the comprehensive plan, similar to what we're talking about tomorrow with annexation agreements, so that there's an opportunity for some of these lands that aren't contiguous to be annexed and signing an annexation agreement. Is there a possibility of putting that in, or would that be appropriate? I mean, we're dealing with it tomorrow, and we've seen that it is an issue since there isn't a boundary commission anymore.
It's not an inappropriate thing to have in your comprehensive plan. That said, the provisions that relate to that still live in the Metro Plan. And there are provisions in the Metro Plan. I don't know quite what they say, but it may come up tomorrow. I don't know. Do we have provisions in this package where having annexation
we've got parcel assembly, we've got ancestral. We're back on ED4.
There's a chapter in the Metro Plan called urbanization, which has not, as part of this process, been brought into your Envision Eugene comp plan. That's where a policy like that would go.
Okay.
It's a really good question for you to bring up in your legislative hearing tomorrow or your work session tomorrow about what does the Metro Plan say about this.
Yeah.
No, and again, that's why I was asking. I just wanted to make sure if it would be appropriate to put into this section of the comp plan, I would like to see it put in. If you feel that it's going to be addressed in another section of the comprehensive plan going forward, then that's fine. But I think it's a tool that we should put into our comp plan.
Yeah, as a potential. Agreed.
I can at least tell you it doesn't need to be for you to use it as a tool. It's fine to highlight in your comp plan that people can do annexation agreements, but it's okay if it doesn't say it in your comp plan, you can still do it.
Yeah.
I mean, you can have code language that says it.
Again, I just wanted to
So,
bring it up to
yeah.
see if it was appropriate to add at this point.
So I'm going to put myself in the queue. I actually had that same question, and maybe it's just a note for when that comp plan chapter goes in. But just, mine was a little bit more general, just wanting to make sure we understand annexation relevant to the Clear Lake expansion area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some of that lives within the Clear Lake overlay itself. The policies in the Metro Plan are untouched. And I just want to make clear that there may have to be some updates to these chapters that we're adopting, because we made the decision to make this what's necessary to adopt our urban growth boundary and not be a full implementation of everything we want to achieve through Envision Eugene. And so annexation is one of those things that didn't get included because it didn't have to be at this point in time. The Metro Plan policy would suffice for what we're doing.
And it goes to kind of what Commissioner Taylor brought up, that we want to make sure that these lands are developable, right? So if as of right now, we have to go back and do a public hearing to put these types of things in to make them developable, if we can take that care of that beforehand, it makes them more developable in my mind, rather than a property owner coming to us and saying, would you do a public hearing to change the Metro Plan for this, the thing that we're doing tomorrow? If somebody has to come and do that adds time. And in the development world, time is a very expensive commodity. And so anything we can do to make these areas more developable and cut down on the amount of time that it takes to develop them is important to the development community.
Okay, great. And I have a second part to my queue, and it's on page A&I 2, and it's policy. It's under the administration policies, 10.3, school facility planning. And looking at that policy, actually, to me, it's not that clear. If you notice, most of the policies start with a verb, an action. This is more of a statement. So what I was going to propose is actually starting with a verb, being consistent and say, recognize that the Eugene School District 4J Facilities Long-Range Plan basically continues to go on until you hit element of this comprehensive plan, delete meaning that, and say, it would say, so you're recognizing that, blah, 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 element of this comprehensive plan, those school district plans from the basis of school facility planning in the Eugene growth boundary. I can read the whole thing, but it does make sense to actually start it with a verb and just reorganize the sentence. So that it's maybe it's a Scrivener's error, but it's I decided to bring it up because it actually modifies the policy. It's not really telling staff anything to do. So I'm not sure if that was intended or not, but I just wanted to bring it up.
Okay, thanks. We'll add it.
And I'm totally willing for you to say that's exactly what we meant, and it's fine. So,
Well, without responding on the spot, I think you're probably right, and we'll bring back a proposed
Okay.
rewording.
perfect. Are there any other items for the comprehensive plan? So did that, Terry, did you have something?
No, that's great. Given Emily's comment earlier about walking through the memo, I wanted to make sure we were clear on that. Because we hadn't really started with the intent of addressing the memo separately. I kind of figured that we were going to use it as a resource as we go through the different categories. And so I guess now would be the time to say, looking at the memo, there were some things brought up. Are there any other questions or clarifications on those topics?
Can you manage that?
I can.
So as we move through, just you note, and then we'll.
Well, we hit most of them.
Okay.
Yeah, so under comprehensive plan, there was a section about the diagram. So I guess that's one way we could do it, is ask if anyone wanted to discuss that. And then a whole section on monitoring, which I think we addressed those issues. Some of these are questions either raised by commissioners or people in public testimony that we tried to provide responses to or information to other studies that are being done. For instance, the impact on surrounding communities, that was a question from a Lane County commissioner. And so all of the questions that we heard, we attempted to answer in this memo.
Commissioner Baker?
I'm just a little confused. So are we supposedly commenting on some issues raised here, or just in this section we just looked at?
Well, they're organized the same way. How I would characterize the memo is we were trying to answer questions or issues that were raised in testimony. For the most part, they didn't result in recommended change to the packet from staff. In some cases, they did, and we provided you with a list, attachment G, of all those changes. And the biggest one was a bunch of changes to the Clear Lake overlay zone, which we haven't gotten to yet. But for the comprehensive plan, I don't think there were any, unless you can think of one, Heather, that from the issues raised that we answered resulted in a recommended change. And I could be missing one that's caught in attachment G, but they're mostly typos and reference corrections and those types of things.
So Commissioner Baker, if you do have any questions or anything that you wanted to talk about under the comprehensive plan heading of the memo, now would be the time.
Right.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Okay.
Just
For any of
some of
you.
the issues that are discussed in the user comments sort of they're not really on the comprehensive plan.
And I think that had I been at the public hearing, I would have voiced some of these complaints, or not complaints, but concerns, and they may have made it into the memo. But
Yeah.
and so that's why I brought them up at this point, because I wasn't at the public hearing and I still had the concerns.
Great.
And so hopefully what will come out of that is something similar to what we have here as far as responses from staff. And then the commission can move forward, yay or nay or whatever.
Okay. Okay. So, Emily, so does that work for you? So we don't need a straw poll vote
No,
for the end
you're
of this?
fine on-
Straw bales, I'm going to do that a couple more times.
Straw
so,
man.
Yeah.
No, this is
So that's good.
And
Okay.
it's more about staff getting what they need at this
Yes.
point, and from a legal standpoint, you're just
Okay.
fine, yes.
So staff, do you have what you need? So we'll move.
I do.
So we'll move to the next section.
Just the land study.
Yep. There was in ours, obviously, the Eugene Grope boundary. I'll just identify it, and it's the compact disc. It's just that representation, so we'll just skip that. And we have the employment land study. It's, it's,
Well, back up.
yes.
And I don't want to beat this to death, but I think the comment was made before that the document in the folder here as provided is really not a readable document, but there's going to be a digital form provided,
And a bigger paper
And a big-
folded
yeah.
and a
form.
bigger paper.
And a
form.
better,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
And just to clarify Commissioner Mills' concern, you also were going to make it more readable, right?
Yes, the font size and the width of the line.
Yeah, with the line. Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Thanks for the reminder, Commissioner Mills. Okay, employment land supply study. So Terry, do you want to start with the memo if there's anything, and just for me to verify, I can remember that, or do you want to leave it to the end? Like I can say, is there anything?
Help me with this, Heather, but I don't think the memo goes into the study itself. There are a number of changes, and this sort of falls under the first item, alternative expansion areas. There are some changes to how we treat different kinds of land in the expansion analysis. Is actually not this tab, so I'm ahead of myself.
Yeah, I mean, I think, so we didn't get any comments specifically about, for instance, the employment opportunities analysis, which is the biggest part of the employment land study. If you go to the very last page of this whole employment land study document, there is a map there that will be updating, and we'll talk about that at the Clear Lake meeting.
Okay.
But other than that, I don't think that there is anything specifically either that came up in the memo that we responded to. That
Okay.
isn't otherwise related to the Clear Lake overlay and the large lot portfolio stuff.
Perfect. So I'm going to go to commission. Any questions, issues, concerns, notes? for the employment land supply study. So it looks do you agree that we move forward to the next tab? All hands. Okay, that's unanimous. So now we're at the tab
Clearly.
C1, tab C1, PFSP text amendments. Staff, is there anything in the memo? So this is what I'll do. I'll just remind you, and if it's there, it's there. If not, you can pass. Anything you want to note before we,
PFSP, not that I can recall.
I don't let me,
Oh, yeah.
staff. Okay, so I'll put it to Planning Commission, Commissioner Baker.
No, again, this is a situation where obviously we're not going to be able to check this, so I assume if you do discover something, you will correct it. Because there's long lists of things in here.
Yeah.
We're not capable of doing that.
I did go through it and make sure Springfield, anywhere it said Springfield or Springfield Streets. Good job.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Any other comments from commissioners? All those in favor of moving to the next tab? Okay. Moving to the next tab, Commissioner Borowski,
Yeah,
or we?
yeah,
Okay, okay, we're fine. Okay, so we're on to C2, the PFSP map. Once again, these are representing what we just talked about. Any issues, concerns? I'm getting nods, so all those in favor, Commissioner Baker?
Well, the only thing I was wondering about, I just wanted to clarify from staff, I know there's some new developments that are proposed that would require a new fire station. I'm just wondering if that's reflected on these.
Are you referring to a specific new development?
Well, some people have mentioned to me a couple of new developments that would apparently require a new fire station in the southeast.
I am not familiar with those.
So I just was clarifying if,
Now, the
you know.
Yeah.
PFSP
Again, if this
amendments
is
are
for-
covering just water, wastewater, and stormwater facilities.
Okay.
So it's not it wouldn't be in here.
Okay.
So I should have started with the memo because actually there is, if my memory serves me correctly, there is a note about this particular memo. I think County Commissioner might have a question, or the public, about the stormwater system outside. You'll see in the map amendments, it's map 3. The stormwater system is actually outside the UGB, and you guys addressed it in your memo, if I'm remembering right, or maybe it's part of public comment and a response.
There is under miscellaneous, it's the very end of our memo.
If we're checking with Junction City.
Yeah, checking in with Junction City Water Control District under miscellaneous. So yeah, we could have put that under C2, but it doesn't really relate to the public facilities plan. It relates
Perfect.
to governmental coordination.
Okay.
So we were clarifying that we have been jointly planning with the Junction City Water Control District, and that has worked its way into our proposed handling of stormwater in the Clear Lake overlay, and also in our findings.
Okay, perfect. So all those agree that we move to the next tab? No issues. Okay, that's unanimous. Okay, next tab is D, TSP, and obviously this one we know is the second hearing will be on the 17th, is that what you said? Anyways, the second hearing for the TSP is coming up, so.
That's correct.
Yeah. But this is quite small, so is there any comments? Commissioner Borowski?
So this one isn't in the TSP, is that correct? This change?
It's not in there right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, so.
I just want to make, just the
No, it's
context,
okay.
this is
Yeah,
small.
so what I'm saying is, just as far as process goes, and coordination, if TSP gets adopted, then it will have to be amended with these
Right.
plans after.
Right, the expectation at this point is that the new TSP will be adopted.
Right.
And so this is set up to amend it. The TSP will be adopted before this gets to council, and so
Right.
this would amend what they just adopted. If that is not the case, we would revise this to amend the current TSP because what this action requires these projects.
Okay.
So,
And is that then part of the ordinance that?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and this would
Good
be,
question.
heading would change a little bit, but these projects would be the projects. I'm not that well versed in exactly what would need to change, but we're ready.
Okay.
The other thing I would mention, is, and you probably saw this, is that we did refer to these changes in response to testimony that we got about concerns for traffic at the Clear Lake expansion. That's in the memo.
Thank you. Okay. All those that are commissioners ready to move to the next tab? Show of hands. Okay, it's unanimous. Next tab. We're at tab E, EC amendments. So we've got the Eugene Code amendments. And I just want to make sure, this obviously has the Clear Lake overlay.
Right.
So do we want to look at all of it except for that section? Or do we
Yeah,
wanna just
I-
skip this all together for now?
Well, there are some other code amendments in there. The notable one is the R2 code amendments. They don't show up till later, do they?
They don't.
As part of the residential ordinance.
Residential.
They don't.
Yeah.
Right, this is clearly,
Yeah. I think all of our comments on the code amendments for this ordinance were related to Clear Lake.
Yeah.
And we're going to tackle
The other
those next week.
major pieces were a lot of references to the new comp plan, and then the procedures for amending the new comp plan are also kind of a substantive group of provisions in here. But we didn't hear any comments on those, so unless you had some.
What page is that?
Let's see, they'd be 9.8 thousand. So they begin on page
29.
27 or 28.
28, page 28 on the bottom. Bottom.
Commissioner Borowski?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So I have two items. One, Scrivener, I'll follow up with you. The other one is just a question, and it's on page 29. I mean, this would be my suggestion, just because I use the code a lot, and the clearer it is, the easier it is to work with. So on subsection C, 80732, subsection C, so 2C, if a proposed amendment to the Envision Eugene Comprehensive Plan is being reviewed concurrently with a proposed amendment to the Metro Plan, the Metro Plan amendment process shall be used to consider both proposed amendments instead of the type 2, 4, or 5 process. It seems really straightforward, but when I read through it, just because you've got the Metro Plan Comprehensive, you have all of this, I would actually say per 9 point. So the Metro Plan amendment process per this code section. I know it's really anal.
No, when you're in the middle of writing these things, it's all clear, and then you come out.
I came out and I had to read it like 3 times, and I realized, oh, it's really clear. But I did have to read it 3 times,
Okay.
just because I wanted to be really clear. And it is really obvious once I got it, but I have to admit that the first time I was like, wait a minute. So whether you want it or not, I think it's fine, but it is just an extra clarifying. Commissioner Borowski and then
No,
Commissioner
I think
Baker.
mine was on page 28, which I think is still the end of Clear Lake. The top of the page there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's Clear Lake, sorry. What was this one?
Do you want me to move to Commissioner Baker and get back to you?
Yeah, go ahead. No,
Commissioner
all
Baker?
under Clear Lake.
Mine one is just really minor, page 19, where you've got the added wording about meets the discharge Junction City Water District's flood control system, meets assigned downstream capacity or whatever. Was curious, is that something we're going to be doing monitoring? How are we going to know that we're meeting that requirement? I mean, because if it's not on our monitoring checklist, then we may need to add an element to it to deal with that. If
The
that's something we're
district monitors that. The process that they have proposed is that they basically be consulted, and they will let us know, or let the applicant know, whether the development as proposed does what it needs to do for their purposes. So, we'll work with them if in fact it starts becoming a problem that, developers can't design to, but the intent is that when we approve a development, Junction City, in their jurisdiction, they're consulted to make sure that they meet downstream capacity, and you do that through, if you flip the page over, sub C. This is the standard that they asked we add to our code.
Okay, so we're not doing any monitoring. That was my main concern, whether.
No, not at this point. I mean, this is one of those things that maybe we determine in 5 years this does need to be added to the monitoring program, and we want you to be able to do that. But they think that this will work smoothly, and so do we.
Okay, any other questions, comments? And obviously, we're going to return to this because we'll return to the bulk of the revision, which is the overlay, on the 17th. Okay, all those in favor of moving to the next tab, give me a show of hands. Okay, it's unanimous. Let's go to the next tab. It's F zone change maps. Once again, this one maybe we don't do. We wait until we hit the overlay, right? Should we just wait
Santa
for this
Clara in
tab?
there too, but we could,
Oh, it's true.
but we could do that all at once. I don't
Staff, you want me to,
see a problem with waiting.
Well,
so we can keep it under the overlay discussion?
Well, I'd be interested to know if you had any concerns about
Okay.
these maps. It'd be good to know.
Any kind of higher level concerns with maps?
Understanding if content changes, maps may need to change, but
Just
Yeah.
one question.
Yeah.
I recall that there was one little parcel that was wanting to be zoned commercial or neighborhood commercial.
in Clear Lake?
Yeah.
So the whole area, these are the maps for zoning upon adoption of the UGB,
Right.
so it's before they annex.
Oh.
So everything is shown as ag.
Okay.
And then there's a different set of maps later for upon annexation, what they would be zoned.
Okay, all those in favor of moving to the next tab? Okay, unanimous. Next tab, once again, this is the overlay zone maps. Why don't we give staff similar feedback just in terms of that high level kind of readability, clarity. We'll get back to it when we hit overlay. Commissioner Mills?
I don't like the crosshatch to readability. I'd rather see a different shade of gray, perhaps, to keep it black and white, but clear. I don't know, it's hard to see what you're cross-hatching over there. So it's pretty picky, though, so.
Yeah, we run into that with the black and white maps.
I mean, I really like sticking with black and white and avoiding color.
Yeah, we need to do that.
But you're using only one tone of gray here, so it's possible you could go a darker and a lighter and not confuse it too much. But you have to keep this, you keep it, and I'd be fine.
So
Okay.
I can follow up with that. I know the rest of the code reads like this, so I know when it gets hard is when it gets copied over and over again.
Oh, yeah, you
So
can't-
sometimes when you
the
see
grades, the
maps that are
shades
from
don't
like
copy well.
1930,
Yeah.
it's really hard to see that underlying base zone
Yeah,
because of the hatching. But,
Point taken.
this is quite a frequent, understandable kind of that overlay sitting on top of the base zone. But I guess I would just suggest, make sure it's readable. If you copy it a few times, is it still readable?
Put it to the copy text.
Yeah. Commissioner Baker?
Yeah, does it have to be black and white, or could you use color?
It does. It lives in our code.
Okay. It's just a question.
Yeah.
Commissioner Borowski?
And getting back to Commissioner Baker's earlier comment about the parks, I think we could approve the second page because it doesn't have anything to do with Clear Lake.
I was wrong. This is not actually in our code. So if we wanted to use color, we could.
Oh,
There is color on the pages.
I like color.
The Eugene is in color, so you're already printing in color.
Not my version.
Yeah, I think typically when we send out public notices, and I can't remember if these are the exact maps that we use, but we do them in black and white.
Right.
And so we tend to use shades of gray and hatching. So that's kind of where this format.
I only mention the variable shades of gray because I've seen it used, you've used it in other,
Yeah, we
Spot
use
on.
it a lot for zoning to
Right.
show different, versus an overlay.
but I know
Yeah.
how that introduces problems when you copy, as opposed to if you're just printing off of a digital, it's okay, but.
So, yeah, your comment, sorry.
Yep, you can, you know what, you have authority
Chime right
to
in.
actually just chime in.
Commissioner Borowski points out that there are a couple of maps relating just to the Santa Clara area, so both the zoning map,
Exactly.
tab F, and, the second page under these tabs F and G. It would be useful to know whether you guys have any issues on those.
Yeah. Okay, no issues. Just a show of hands? No issues. It's unanimous. So are we ready to move on to the next tab? Show of hands, and that would be HWRCP. Okay, show of hands. Okay, it's unanimous. Next tab, HWRCP amendments. So it's the Goal 5 Water Resources Conservation Plan amendments. Staff, I'm not sure this is the place, but do you want to talk about, you do have information in the memo that's related. I'm not sure if this is where you want to talk about it, or...
As it relates to wetlands,
Yeah, the Goal 5, yeah, I don't know. If you wanted to talk about the,
I'm trying to remember where that comes up. If it,
and I could be remembering wrong, that it might be in the actual study that was done in my reading, but I'm just,
I remember what Goal 5 was
Are you
the
thinking about
Eugene
this-
Sand and
oh,
Gravel.
Eugene Sand and Gravel.
yeah, maybe that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what
There's a whole memo on that, so when we get to the expansion study, that's when we'll talk about that.
Okay, so the Goal 5 Water Resources Conservation Plan amendments. Any questions, comments? Okay. Commissioners ready to move on to the next tab, I findings. A show of hands. It's unanimous. We'll go to I findings. So staff, before I move forward, is there anything in the memo that needs to be brought up in this category? And I
Just
won't
a
rely on my memory.
clarification, your findings are now tab J.
J.
Oh, you're right,
Yep.
J. Maybe I didn't get
But you
my-
just dealt with H and I.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're on J, sorry. Must not have the-
Okay.
Some of the tabs were supposed to be replaced, that's what happened.
Yeah, and I guess I got the docs, but not the tabs. Okay, great.
So findings. I don't know that we have some changes to the formatting of the findings document itself that we called out for you in attachment G,
Yes.
but most of the issues have to do with the attachments to the findings. Don't think there's anything on the school study, unless I'm forgetting something. We could deal with that one. And then I think there's a lot under the expansion study for employment.
Commissioner Borowski, yeah.
I'm just curious, is it appropriate to address the findings before we've made amendments? I mean, if we've made changes, there may be changes to the findings. So I don't know if it's appropriate at this point to review the findings until we've got an actual proposed package, and the changes to the findings at that point would be the appropriate time to go through and see if they're, I don't know,
I think, are we looking at me here?
Yeah.
So I want to first say that the findings to me are the most malleable, continually changing and updated. And I say that mostly because these guys are more efficient than I am, and I may have some more I want to do with the findings. But I think it makes sense to have this be included in sort of your last review when you're ready to raise your hand in favor of a certain recommendation. This is always a last place to look as well. That said, so for that reason, I think it's important if you let us know if you see a finding that you just think misses the mark entirely under, in terms of the criterion that's listed above it. We'd want to know about that stuff as soon as you see it, if there's such a thing. And I do think, though, that the attachments, the appendices to the findings are kind of standalone and certainly worth your discussion at this point. Particularly, the school and the park appendices and some specific issues I think that staff might want to bring up with you on Appendix B, which is the employment expansion. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Commissioner Baker.
Just again, if other commissioners don't, rather than, there's a lot of small wording changes here, and rather than having us to go through and make them all, it might be convenient if we just got an updated copy of this with the changes.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure. Terry, are we going to be able to provide them with an updated findings document, or is that, do we want?
For the expansion study?
No,
in
for
particular?
Are you, which part are you talking about mostly?
I'm talking about, I guess it's Exhibit, now you call it Exhibit J, right? Yeah, it's Exhibit J, yeah.
The main document or instead of the appendices?
Well, it's where you've got all these typos all over the place. You know, it goes from page 4 to like 6, well.
So our thinking behind that was, rather than print all of our suggested changes and then have you review it and then print what you all vote on another time, we would save that first step and make sure that you agreed and that we caught everything. And then, yes, we would produce that printed copy for your recommendation version.
Well,
Does that make sense?
Well, maybe I could ask for it another way. Could you send us the Word document revised so we see all these changes?
Oh, you will.
Oh, yeah.
But in the meantime, if you're like me and you can't read without a pen in your hand and you're making marks, photocopy them and send them to us. Scan them in and send them to us. That's fine. We want to, I think what Terry's saying is if you have things, we might as well make sure everybody's caught everything. We're not asking you to do that kind of fine point edit at this point, but if you have, do share.
And staff, I'll reiterate, staff has offered to meet with us individually if we have those kind of.
Yeah, and we'd struggle between, providing you everything that you then have to wade through or overprinting it with just good, efficient process. So we're certainly able to provide you with the track changes document if you want to kind of follow along with the changes we've recommended.
That would be helpful, just because otherwise I have to take this and go through this and see if I agree with the change. And
That's painful.
Okay. All those in favor of moving to the next tab, and I have the next tab as K. So, show of
No, I
hands.
think we want to stick with, didn't you want to talk about expansion?
Oh, did you want to?
Yes.
Okay.
So we have some under the expansion study, which is Exhibit J, Appendix B, the UGB expansion analysis for employment land. So a bunch of the changes to this document are to clarify how we're dealing with sand and gravel designated land. And so attached to your memo is a memo from Emily that responds to that issue and that testimony that we received from Bill Close and Eugene Sand and Gravel. So where we are in the memo is page 4 of the Planning Commission memo. Under Clear Lake Expansion Area, the issue is titled Alternative Expansion Areas.
So some of it was my confusion because of my tabbing, but we're still under J, which was I, and now we're in the appendix. So it's actually page 1 of the appendix A. So it should say J findings, or if you have the old tab, I findings. Yeah, okay, got it. I lost everything.
As far as our packet, though,
Yeah.
this is where you'll find Emily's memo.
Yeah,
Okay.
What page on that is there?
So the reference to it is on page 4, and then the memo
27.
starts on 27.
okay, and the section in this is Appendix A, correct?
Yes.
Okay, there it is.
Just-
This is B.
Appendix
B.
B, Commissioner.
Okay, Appendix B, because
You said.
Oh, so it's Appendix B.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
Okay.
It is Appendix B, sorry.
So for all you 20 people that applied to the planning commission,
25. Okay. So if there are questions right now about this memo from Emily about this issue, or the attached revisions to the expansion study which respond to this issue, now would be the time. Nope, no questions?
I'll put myself in the queue.
Okay.
I thought about this, and I thought the memo was, and reading over the testimony from Mr. Bill Close, is this might be an interesting one to give, I don't know, to write a note to council to say, that basically staff was proactive, to say, follow through with removing the goal 5, that we're still, it's still not like urban reserve. Is it totally off the table for future discussions? I'd say no. Let's look, but in terms of this particular, where we are at this time, we don't have the ability to move forward. At least that's my understanding based on the memo and evidence. But is it something we want to just call attention to City Council to say, and they'll probably read the memo, but maybe some shortened version of the memo to say,
I think we should.
there was a proactive process, there was that opportunity, wasn't followed through by Eugene Sand and Gravel, and maybe this is a viable property at some time in the future, if it's ever done. Maybe there's no information, and maybe we don't
have
add
to happen before it can even be
yeah,
considered.
and maybe we don't need to do this at this point, but
I think we should.
Commissioner Borowski.
yeah, and I guess the question that I have would have been, is if they apply for that exception, to take it off, does that permanently then take it off? So I think that's kind of probably their quandary was, if I take this out of goal 5, I can't go in there ever again and get gravel out of there. And so that's a risky proposition, is to take it out without the ability to do anything with it in the future. Whereas it still may have some value as sand and gravel to them. So I don't know. That kind of seems to be why they didn't go forward, because it wasn't a for sure thing. It's like, if I pull this out, I can't go back. Right?
I don't know. The record doesn't go
Exactly.
into it, and I don't know. Robin has sat down with them at different times as well. I don't know. Maybe all of us have, but that hasn't been clear. They've maintained that it's depleted and that they're done mining, but yet they haven't taken that step, and so it does leave one to wonder. But I will tell you that at least in our conversations with them, I think Robin could speak to it, that we've actually, there's some really good things about that site, its location, and the potential for it. So,
Yeah.
and it was considered. I think that's part of it was considered, but it was dismissed because of the breadth of the protections that apply to it. So it wasn't just summarily dismissed, and I think that we would feel comfortable kind of adding a notation like you're talking about into that list of flags if.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add to that. I think that's a really good summary. I think, but for the issues that Emily describes in her memo, there's some real interesting possibilities with that piece of property. We just are unable to consider it at this point. So I don't know what else. I imagine we'll continue to have conversations with the owners as time goes on. I think urban reserves is probably the best opportunity, assuming that we're able to have some opportunity to talk about it at that point.
Commissioner Randall.
And I agree. I think it would be good to flag that for council, just because there's a good possibility that'll come up in public testimony again before them, and it'll give them a little bit of background on it that they might not have otherwise.
So just to be clear, would you want us to just flag that, that we recommend that you review these materials because staff have been proactive? What is it that you're wanting staff to point out to them?
A really, really executive summary of
Yeah.
your memo. I mean, and maybe the memo's enough.
But to include in your memo.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That we considered
Yeah.
the city attorney's memo. And
Because that was testimony that came before us, that's our consideration.
Yeah.
And to communicate that, I think would be good.
Commissioner Baker.
And I think also the really important point is that you recommended to them in 2013, which is 4 years ago, that they apply to have this removed from that.
And again in
Haven't-
2015.
Pardon?
And again in 2015.
But yeah, but in other words, you've mentioned it to them, and they haven't done anything in regards to that, which would have solved, the issue, really.
Prerequisite.
Everybody's clear on what I would say?
Yep. Okay, we'll bring that back. Just flipping back to our staff memo to you. And I don't know if any commissioner wanted to discuss the other site that was suggested in public testimony. We provided a response to that. It was the Gagne land west of Pines.
Yeah.
And so you received a bunch of testimony on that as well, and we provided some response to that.
So I'll put myself in the queue, I think, once again, this isn't a situation that maybe during urban reserve, encouraging that property owner to actually include it within that process.
Yes, and I believe that's their intent.
Yeah, I mean, it's a large single owner, so there's potential, and anyways, it's worth passing it to the next stage.
Yeah. Okay. If it is okay, I would like to go back to the memo, just so we
Yes.
bump through a couple of these or cover these issues that were raised here. They're not directly tied to an attachment in your binder, but they were public testimony and concerns brought up in relation to the expansion area that are not purely about the overlay zone. So it is under Clear Lake expansion area in your memo, page 5, traffic concerns, and then some questions about ball field use and airport conflicts. So now would be the time, if there were any questions about those topics, to bring them up.
Okay, I'll put myself in the queue. I always, this is going to be really broad comment. We can decide to do nothing with it. I love that we're taking this step to have TSP be coordinated, or our transportation be coordinated with planning. And I just want to make sure we're actually doing that with this area. Because I think way too often, once again, we're more reactive than proactive. So it's similar to the wetlands issue. So that's my only comment, is I think we have a long history of transportation and planning not necessarily being well coordinated. And I know that's our effort and our intention now. And I just really want to make sure we do that, especially in an area that we're trying to encourage for economic reasons, to really highlight and bring these companies to the city of Eugene.
Yeah.
Because if you look at that map with the water quality, wetlands, and the road, I just think we need to be proactive.
I really appreciate that. And if you recall, the testimony was actually about safety on
Yes.
Highway 99 in Theona.
Yeah,
which is
sorry.
Right behind Jerry's.
I kind of jumped into.
Well, that's okay. It's definitely going to require a lot of coordination between ODOT, Lane County, property owners, the airport, and the city, various departments within the city. So it's a really well-taken comment that will require further more detailed looks at those roadway designs and intersections and traffic impact analysis and all of those things. So thank you for pointing that out. I think you're exactly right.
So I don't know if that's something as Planning Commission we want to just put as a footnote to City Council to
recommendation.
basically just consider in future decision-making how, that these have been noted by the public, and for us to be thoughtful about. Anyways, I don't have specific concrete advice.
Take a shot at it.
Commissioner Borowski.
this is not on that, so if somebody wants to speak to that, that's fine, but I don't know.
Commissioner Baker.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I know we have some other TSP things that automatically go in place depending on if things are adopted. Would this be appropriate to add to that list?
It is on the
It's
list.
on the list.
It's on this
One of the projects.
Theona Drive?
Fiona's on the
Okay,
list.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't looked in detail.
Commissioner Randall, I'm sorry, did you
Nope,
have your,
I
okay.
didn't. Thank you.
Are we ready to move Commissioner Borowski?
Yeah, so this goes back to Appendix B. And I don't particularly think that what I'm going to say here will have any effect on it, but I just wanted to have it put out on the table that the concern that I had about the lands being 1 mile from a freight route, and the fact that there is only 2 freight routes in the whole UGB, that gave me pause, that we excluded a lot of land because it wasn't within 1 mile of a freight route. You know, if you look at the freight route and do 1 mile of it, that excludes a lot of land. And so for me, hearing about that later on in the process gave me pause. At this point, I think it's a moot point because I don't think we can go back and go through all of this again. But going forward, that would be something that I would have liked to have seen and maybe given input on that. And I don't know where that input would have been, but when it was brought up and I saw it, and I saw the implications of that, it made me question that decision and where that decision was made and when it was made and who made it. And so that would be in this section. And like I said, I'm not proposing that we change that because that's pulling on that thread. But going forward, I just wanted to put that out there, that was a concern that I had.
Commissioner Baker.
Yeah, and I had a similar concern because to me, it doesn't really matter how far you are away from the freight route. If you don't have right-of-way to bring the freight to you, then it really is, it's almost a moot issue if you're dependent on rail freight. So without the ability to get right-of-way to get the, a spur line to your business, doesn't matter whether you're, 300 yards or 3 miles nowadays. So I just wondered about, and I didn't know if that came out of state guidelines or something else that I know we've had this discussion in other places regarding a major right-of-way as well, distance from major right-of-way. But anyway, it might be worth looking at for future changes.
What occurs to me is that we'll want to, when we start urban reserves, we'll want to have an early conversation about these kinds of criteria for the needs that we've identified for our future growth with you early. I appreciate that very much.
That's great. Commissioner Randall, did you have something? So I have one item that's, once again, I'm really sorry. Some of these, you let me know if these are too anal or if I should basically be saving them. But it's the, still in Appendix B, it's when we start talking about the various focus expansion options, 1, 2, so we're page 127. And it's actually, it's the map, so 126, 128, 130. It's great, you have the street name, but you are also titling each section as an option. It's just a suggestion, maybe correlating your option on the maps with the options. It's embedded in what the option is, Green Hill Road area, but your title isn't the title of the map.
Got it.
Yeah, so sorry, it's another.
You guys are going to make it through this section. Unless
Okay.
anyone has comments on the ball fields or airport conflicts section, we will finish
Any other comments?
right there.
Okay, So all those in favor, should we go to the next tab? We have 4 minutes. Just wrap it up. Okay, so we're going to wrap up Appendix B, and we will leave off with J findings, Appendix C. But the next one, remember, is April 17th, so that's the Clear Lake overlay.
Right, so we'll pick this up on the 24th,
Or if the Clear Lake overlay for some reason
at
is...
the end of the meeting on the, yes, on the 17th.
Okay, so are there any last closing comments by staff or commission? Or we're adjourned. Okay, that's the end of today's meeting. Thank you.